Oh, okay. Right, so basically move to destination button is and move to trash dialogues are basically blocked as long as you're inside of the home location, correct? Let me just double check that. Let's open the app. Oh, lovely. They still highlight. Yes, and then rename is still something that could be picked up. Okay, cool. We got a good thing going. All right, so we got the local model working though. I just personally checked that, and that was all that was pretty much the main goal of the ticket. And close that. And close this. And close this. Leave that open. Alright, cool. It's getting further, by the way. I'm fucking happy. This shit's going. We got to ingester 2. It took 22,200 seconds, which is... I need that split to fucking... 22.42 divided by 60. That's 30 minutes for the first step, dog. But then again, I'm running a bunch of other shit simultaneously. I guess the truest test would be if I just ran it with nothing, because I am running quite a bit of quite a bit of things. Like I'm running this. I don't know how computationally heavy this is. I know this might be. This definitely is. It's like a fucking hog and a half. And then this is not too bad. This is fucking terminal. Yeah, I understand that, but the button itself was basically like the button itself is the gate. It might be expensive because it's reading number 2 and number 3. That is fucking annoying. And it's reading the full ingester. So there's places where we can like optimize for this. Because it is ingesting like a lot of shit. We'll have to address one at a time for optimization. Yeah, that works. That's quite a bit of shit to read, dude. It's literally just doubling it, so it's like an hour to do that shit. Fuck, dude. Well, thankfully the next one's gonna be the actual write. We'll see how that goes. Or 19,000 tokens. The last one capped out at like 21.5, so we'll see how this one goes. Can you expand a little bit more on the original goal of this? What was the point of that? It's basically like syntax updating for the scan worker. Is that what it was? Can we look at 379, 339, and 341 with the Inopus model and verify what I'm saying in relation to that ticket 179? Well, that's weird. Music stopped. Oh, I did it! It's finally on number 3. How many did it cap out for the last one? It capped out 19,000 tokens. This one is 7,000. This is start. It fucking ran though. That's the important part. Is it fucking ran, dude? I'm so happy. Ah, wait a minute. It should be doing the handover at the end, so it can basically say what it did at the end. Alright, that's fine. I see what you're saying. Yep. I know exactly what this is. There's no style verified person blow independently already superseded. Alright, so 179, but it's still superseded because it was just an SSH path thing. Okay, so it was a security smell. Now I get you. So it was a security smell, but it's still superseded. And then 339, 341 are still or already closed and superseded for the same reason. And then 379 is also genuinely stale for the same exact thing. Alright, so we closed 2 tickets in this one. Nice. Yep, so cool to, yeah, mark all the superseded ones that superseded, and then we can move on. You can do it with a separate sign-up model, that way we can just keep going. Alright. No, not in parallel, son of a bitch. It's doing shit in parallel. Oh no. You're trying your best. Just with this one, dude. I'll just give it the update for this one so far. Yes. Can you reiterate the goal one more time for me in another, like with a little bit more like detail, briefly? Yes, that's the selector. Their button visibility block is identical. Yes, because they should be. The difference is elsewhere 5, 6. Two copies, yes. Yes. I see. So yeah, A. But here's the thing. Selector should still be able to select if you're at root. That's the only thing. Because you have to be able to select and double click the drive that you want to enter. That's the only divergent path. Does that make sense? Run it by an Opus model. Yep, lock it in. I think this is gonna be like this is like the third time I'm running through this fucking ticket. It's run through the washer like 3 times already. Let's see where this is. Fuck, dude, this is a massive project though. That's the other thing. This is literally the entire back end. So this is a pretty big one. This is not like a tiny little thing. I haven't even started debugging, and I don't think I'm gonna be able to debug with that like actively, like actually. I'm gonna try to see if I can do all debugging through that, and actually I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna see if I can do the all debugging for this app through my local model, and then see how it goes. I'm so curious. Okay, next one. Passed. Get current root, yes. Yes. Can you look into that dead code potentially? I don't understand why it needs to use the get current root instead of just using... Oh, it's comparing the fucking trash path to the root path to make sure that it's the same, that it's going to the same location, the right location. Correct? And then can we get an Opus model to take a look at get current trash route? Just verify that it is dead code, and if it is dead code, make that ticket. Wait, so does this invalidate get current trash route? I mean, it's basically the same result. Weponya, mate. That's crazy. It finally got to that. It only took like an hour and a half for this shit to fucking run. Jesus. Alright, these are okay, but I wonder if trying to write them in parallel fucking slowed it down even more. This one did not take as long as the other one. Let me see how much this one took. This one took 1,300 seconds. That's like 20 minutes. So that's like 50 minutes right there, and this entire thing took like an hour. Fucking hell. But free. But free. Now let's take a look at the fucking... I want to like run the fucking LLM through it to see with like what it thinks of that. Well, no. I'll just let the entire thing fucking run, and then once it builds all the code and does all this stuff, how'd it do? Alright, I gotta pee. One thing I will say, this burned through my battery in like 10 minutes. We're at 30,000 tokens just to do this.
Running into supply chain compromise problems?
Apparently, we need warning labels for everything. Now, as a lawyer, I can tell you that warning labels only really happen after someone actually did the thing being warned about. If it's a grocery satchel, putting it on your head, not a good idea. Chugging burning hot coffee, discouraged. Hair dryers, do not use while sleeping. I have questions about that one. And now, after watching artificial intelligence flood streaming platforms with hundreds of thousands of songs every day, the music industry has decided that AI music also needs a warning label. Nearly half of the new music arriving on streaming platforms is entirely AI generated. But what I think is the interesting part is how hard some of these streaming platforms are fighting to not let people know what they're listening to. But apparently, once a problem becomes big enough, the solution isn't to try to fix it. The solution is to just put a label on it. Back in the 80s, the Parents Music Resource Center, famously led by Tipper Gore, pushed the music industry to warn parents about explicit content. The controversy eventually led to musicians like Snyder testifying before Congress. Weeks of congressional hearings about the dangers of listening to rock lyrics. And what about the solution? Label it. Put a big E on the songs that really brought the devil out in the kids. Apparently, we need warning labels for everything. Now, as a lawyer, I can tell you that...
God damn it, dude. That's so nuts. We're still at 30,000 tokens. Let's see what we're at here. Yep, keep it active. It's good. So in a nutshell, it's dead code that had the same exact bug that this one fixed for. Accept, done. Yep, go with both recommended fixes. Ah. It's so out of order. It's asking me the questions out of order. It's kind of annoying. What was the goal of the drive row spacing? Is it like mostly cosmetic, or was it actually to fuel like some sort of function variables in terms of like parsing more accurately? Or is it feeding functions? Ah, that explains a lot then. Alright, yep. Still accept done. How many questions are left, by the way? How many have we gone through so far? Because they are out of order. Are you giving them to me in completed order, by the way? I guess that's why they're out of... it's doing it by ledger, by the loop ledger, and the loop ledger's updated in the completion order. That's what it is. I see. All right, let's keep going. That explains it. Wait a minute. Am I okay? Dude, that explains it. That explains. It's supposed to have a fucking right tool. MD, and then what else do we need to send? Also need to send. I wish I was running this in fucking. Wait, there's a second plan.md. Whoops. It did fill it. Oi. That's short as fuck. Well, that for that. It is building correctly. It is building to JSON correctly. This is 12 megabytes, or 12 kilobytes. That's an identical byte for byte copy of the prompt. I think this might be a byte for byte copy. Let's just look at this. Let's see. Yeah, I think this might be a byte for byte copy. Yeah. This is a dead ass byte for byte copy. Of the root cause found. I'll do its thing. It did finish though, and it did fucking make the things. It took her fucking ever, but it did the thing. I kind of want to optimize it to only read in relation to the step. Why did memory update fail? I honestly want to make some changes and see if we can get this a little bit better. So I mean, when you say there's 17 stubs listed as 19 by the by module, I mean, it's 17 stubs like 17 files, or 17 stubs that were incorrectly numbered as 19, because here, I'll send you the JSON file too. In relation to the write tool not being available, it should technically have some sort of tool for that, because it's, I mean, but then how did it fucking actually write this time without that? Also, in relation to like reading the other files, I also want to address like it reading other files unnecessarily, because like step 1 read step 2 and 3 without needing it. Yeah, it's totally... Well, I mean, how did it get it get the arithmetic off that bad? Now, is this prompt based, or is this actually, because if it is prompt based, it's not such a huge deal, because I mean, that's the other reason why we actually have the JSON file. That way it is basically like an empirical number of entries, next, so on and so forth, like that. That way it doesn't actually, we don't depend on the context of what is actually being written, and basically use the written text as more direction and goals than it is like numbers of things. But I'm just curious, like, is that the transcript showing 19 subrights and 25 entries? I mean, is that really that huge of a deal? Also, could it also be that off because it was just like such a massive amount of work? Because that is literally the entire backend for an application for a 27B model. You know what I mean? It's like, it is a lot of work. That is something worth noting. All right. Fuck, I forgot to record. All right, so I just said that. That was just said. I keep going there, and now it hasn't responded. So I want to know, but I also want to answer this real quick. Actually, I want to kind of know here. Hold on a second here. I didn't make it. That was not months ago, but okay. Well, in relation to any load-bearing responsibilities of the model, I mean, this is pretty mechanical work for the most part, because it's literally just subdividing the workload from that. But I think the biggest things that I was worried about was also like kind of putting a gap on the context window, in the sense of like trimming it down by like not having it read unnecessary things every time, by explicitly saying don't read these things or only read this. You know, it's like basically just trying to limit what it's supposed to be reading, so that way it's not ingesting unnecessary levels of context. I think that was one of the biggest things that I noticed in relation to the log that I saw. It's like it was just reading like everything every time almost. So that's the one thing that's kind of like I'm kind of just a little worried about, especially when it comes to the writing tasks, especially if it starts acting this way. Then too. For example, the planner task, it's only supposed to, I think the first level of planner, I can't remember if it's supposed to read the prompt. It's supposed to, there's something on the larger side that it's supposed to read. I mean, it reads the module and it reads the steps. But if it's not supposed to be reading like the whole, I don't think it's supposed to be reading the whole prompt, because that's a huge prompt. So it's like, that's the kind of stuff when it's making like logical decisions that I'm kind of like concerned about, because it's like now it's starting to move away from, so like so that it's moving away from more mechanical stuff to more like nuanced feeling, like decision making kind of stuff, right? So if we could start there potentially, like I wonder if that had a little bit of an effect on that. And then the other side of it is the is there a better approach to minimize the ingestion load? Or would it just be to basically give it smaller jobs? Alright, let's just make sure it's no longer there. I didn't even look. Oh yeah, it did take it away. Nice! Look how much cleaner that looks! Oh, I love it. Oh, I love it. I didn't even realize. Which ticket was this? Oh, 555-323. Nice. What were the broken smokes? And then in terms of 323, can you verify that it actually is satisfied with a separate Opus model? And then in terms of basically the main goal of this was just to remove that scan drop zone, and that totally makes sense. So it's like I already looked it up, I saw the application, it's gone. So job done there, I guess. But in relation to the flags, I'm still concerned. And now, what is this other thing about 2 theme tokens? Can you expand on all this briefly and then also do the Opus model thing? Yeah, dude. Alright, I have to go to the bathroom. Goddamn. Alright, be right back. Alrighty, let's go back to this. I feel better. I love going to the bathroom afterwards because it's like, I love going to the bathroom because afterwards you feel better. It's like, oh yeah. It's always the best feeling. Like, freshly gone to the bathroom, not needing to worry about your bladder or like needing to go number 2. It's always good. Alright, so let's go back to this. I'm curious to see what... Wait, there's decisions to make here. Hold on, before we go on to that, let's go into this here. This is quick. Oh, that's fine. It's not supposed to be... That's... in terms of like the broken smoke tests in relation to UI stuff, I mean, that's okay. It's not supposed to be doing smoke tests for UI anyway. Oh, then yeah, that's totally... The 2 orphaned tokens. Yeah, that's okay to remove, I guess, because it's like, if they only did that, that's fine. Because we're not using it anymore. It doesn't exist, so it's totally fine. It should have removed it, to be honest, when it did the ticket. So I guess... add that to the... new ticket, and so the 3 decisions good to go, accept, done, and then 323 superseded, and then the 3 broken smokes. I mean, they're mostly UI smoke tests, correct? Verify that first for me. But then the new ticket for the orphaned ones, is that what that one's for, or is there other things that you needed that ticket for? I forget. Yes. Yeah, dude. Okay, good. Well, I think that the all these like the read disciplines, I think can be added to the agents, can't they? Would that be the correct location for that? Where would be the correct location to address that? Because I would be curious. I want to copy this whole output and then basically compare and contrast it. I'm not going to close the context window for this because it's I want you already have the context that I need to compare and contrast, and you have most of the context in terms of the build. So I kind of want to try doing that update, but where would it be? Where would be the best location for that kind of a read discipline? Would it be in the agent? I think it's the agent, but let me know what you think. Well, given that the tests are supposed to verify what was the goal of the 3 broken smoke tests? Yep. There we go. Okay, that makes sense. No, you can actually just run the actual updates. What I was talking about was literally just launching it again. But that's what I meant when I say run the updates. So if you can update the default harness again to that would be the location where we would update all of that essentially, because that the default harness should have all the workflows as well for like and everything that it needs, like the ingester 3.m the agent body. I forgot the agent are actually markdown files as well. Totally forgot about that. Fuck. So I agree with this whole breakdown, but it would be the actual default harness script, right? I think it is.
I think we need to talk because
Fuck it. Not worth it.
Critical thinking really is. It's not thinking about something for a long time. It's not being skeptical of something. It's what to evaluate and how to evaluate it. Piece of writing.
I'm gonna rerun it. I'm honestly just gonna rerun it, like from the top. I already have like a constant to basically test it against, so that's fine. So I'm gonna go like this. I'm gonna put this over here. We're gonna go back, go over here. That does all of it. Build back and okay. Okay. Well, SFTP move is no longer a thing. In terms of classified drag cannon.py, in terms of drag and drop OS payload sanity filter, that is worth it, but that's for drag and drop into the upload window. Then rename delegate universal invalid. I don't quite understand that. So it's basically, is it searching for universally invalid functions? Oh. I'm still not quite clear on that. Can you clarify that a little more? Let's see what it reads this time. I'm so curious if it does actually use 30 or 40% less tokens. All right. It's just literally what it was. Oh fuck, I forgot to add one last thing. One last thing, if you look at the log that I sent, it's actually totally empty of tokens. It doesn't say how many tokens it took. Question why, besides the drag cannon, I can see why that one was relevant, but why would rename delegate universal invalid be used for the actual for this particular use case? I mean, what was the point of using that particular smoke test for this particular ticket? I mean, it definitely is doing the right things now. It's definitely not overreading yet. So hold on a second. I'm gonna pause this workflow real quick. Clear. All right, cool. So let's go over here. Command A down. There it is. Oops, wrong one. Shell command here. Print there. Save. 2 run build backend build. Fuck. Shit. Oh shit, it's been running all of them? Oh, that's kind of cool. That's kind of a really cool thing to realize, to find out about, but yeah, okay, fine. Add them to the same ticket that deletes the dead code. That's worth it, sure. Where were we now? Also, update the ticket with the or make the ticket within a secondary sonnet model, and then like a sub agent, and then after that, also just go ahead and I forgot what I was gonna say. Alright, so this is running again. Let's see what it reads. Let's see what it does. I'm so fucking curious. I wish he was going to be awake for this. Oh, I just remembered what I was going to say. Wait, she's a pilot? Oh. I thought she was a pilot. I was going to be like, no fucking way. I thought she was going to be like the coolest. She's still one of the coolest people. This is my friend's girlfriend. She's super sweet. But I saw a fucking video of her, the fucking picture of her being in the cockpit of a plane. And I was about to be like, no way, she's a pilot. They let her take a picture there, but I was about to be like totally like my socks blown off, like straight up. Like I would have like, she's a badass dancer. I was like, you're a badass dancer and a pilot? No way, I'm jealous. I was about to be super jealous. I wish I could be a pilot. Planes are cool. Yeah, dude, the rate at which this actually ingests 76,000 tokens is so absurd. It's like it's so many. It's like fucking beyond fast in relation to how long this takes. This was barely 60,000 tokens in total. All in all, it was like roughly 60,000 tokens. I need to file my nails. I need to file my nails. I need to file my nails. I found out. This time I didn't get any fucking errors with the fucking tool stuff, so. Alright, let's see. This is a lot faster! Let's see if it only reads in Gesture 1. I'm so fucking curious. goal. Yes. I remember this. Question: can this ticket be merged into another one? I think there's another one that handles this that is in like the 500s or another one. So let me just understand the question here. Basically, this is in reference to the import, like when you're selecting and uploading a file, basically the drag and drop, or even the, like, if you're selecting a file, you can't select or you can't upload. It skips over dot files basically. And I wanted that changed. I remember that. But I think there's a more recent ticket that has that too. Is it not reading? This might be working better! Oh my god, if I could finish the entire thing in 30 minutes, I'll be so fucking happy. Yeah, let's fold. Is there anything actually missing in 360 that 240 includes? I want to know that first. This is only a mess right now because of the fucking... I made 300 tickets worth of shit before starting to work on it, and I had all these like design things that came up as I was making these tickets. And then they superseded others and invalidated others, and there's like all these tickets that just straight up weren't even necessary anymore. So it's like a fuck ton of them, like 60. The exception handling there, ignorant risk. I think 360. When was that one edited? Was it recent? It should be in there. It does log it. Oh no, that's a while. Oh, okay, there it is. Yeah, dude. Honestly, 360 is gonna be the source of truth. If it circumvents or like basically overrides anything that was said, like if it directly contradicts 240, then 360 is right, because 240 was not edited recently at all. Double check that. All right, so then ask me the questions again with a little bit more context, please.
Tome asiento. Muy amable. ¿Una copita? Sí, gracias. Creo que me hace falta. ¿Sabe? Licor sí no tengo. Pero dígame, ¿qué se le ofrece? Por favor. ¿Puedo confiarle un secreto? Seguro que sí. ¿Cómo no? Para servirle, ¿qué le pasa? Estoy enamorado. Tome asiento. Estoy enamorado. Tome asiento.
Mindset.
I understand now. Run this through an Opus model. What would be the best location for them? I mean, it'd be okay. I'll guide it a little bit there. So I mean, the best location would be. It depends on what file is using them. Are they separate files? In terms of the best location for the consolidated location, it really depends on where it is. Is it different files? Are 3 different files calling it? Are the 3 calls happening in the same file? Could they potentially be used by any other files? Is it something that's more universal? Those are some of the questions that would guide the response to that. I would need the answer to those. Run those questions by an Opus model. Ah, A. Well, that actually answered my question. Okay. So from what I can tell, .368 basically builds a location for this. But the con is that basically this only would be called within that one file, but it's only one file that's currently using it. Am I correct? Am I understanding that correctly?
Mindset is everything. So I always have my mindset to a low level of self-doubt and a high level of fitness. Mindset is everything.
Creo que estamos advertidos. No está al nivel que se quiere decir.
Diputado Villalobos Umaña, no pude lamentablemente escuchar su intervención, la escucharé posteriormente, sin embargo, puede contar aquí como una aliada para luchar contra el narcotráfico. Mi trabajo no es quedarme callada, mi trabajo es cuestionar. Le guste a quien le guste y le disguste a quien le disguste. En mi intervención hice una pregunta, así como me lo pueden hacer ustedes también. Y a nosotros y nosotras no nos debe incomodar que nos cuestionen ni que nos pregunten, porque ese es nuestro trabajo y estamos todavía en una democracia. Así que aquí estoy para legislar, para mejorarle las condiciones de vida a la gente, para mejorarle las condiciones de vida a las personas, para que tengamos un país más seguro. De mí no encontrarán silencio. Diputado Villalobos Umaña, yo no le he faltado el respeto. Yo cuestioné y tengo derecho a cuestionar. Lamento mucho que usted no haya sentido ofendido. Usted sabrá por qué. Imagino que tal vez esté resentido porque no le ha aceptado alguna salida, pero no le acepto que me diga que le faltó el respeto. Lamento mucho.
Okay. Fuck. God damn it. Yep. That ticket might be fucking outdated. Drag and drop functions, file manager. I mean, that might be a good one. Fuck. I don't have a single file that is basically parsing stuff. Like basically parsing functions. I don't have any files like that, huh? I just realized that. I should have a file that does that. All of the parsing is called or built in every file. So you can't have like universal parsing rules that are basically editable in a single location. Is that what 368 is proposing for the location? Or well, I saw that it's actually like a more centralized upload, download kind of transfer Python file. So that's not really the place either. This is more like, this actually falls under parsing. Fuck. This might actually be worth addressing like that, because I mean, I should have a file like that. Run that by an Opus model to see what it thinks about that. Well, actually, what do you think about that? What do you think about that? Is that actual, like, is that a common practice in relation to having like a single file that handles parsing and then calling the functions for parsing from that? I don't actually know. Whoa! That cut the time in half. That was 21 minutes for the first one. The second one, the first time was 21,000 to 22,000 seconds. Let me look at my calculator history. Hold on a second. What? It didn't call it. That's already significantly faster. By a lot. But it didn't read ingester 1. It didn't read ingester 1.md. No, ingester 1.md is the fucking Why is it building the code writer JSON? Why is that already built? Oh no, that's the other one. I think this doesn't need to be ingested. This doesn't need to be copied in. That makes no sense. Why is that copying both of those in? I think both of these should just be referenced. They should not actually be in there. All that should be in here is literally just this, and then that, and that. This doesn't need to be there. But that is significantly faster. But it didn't read ingester 1. It read intake, but it didn't. Let me see. It tried to read the ingester 1 handover, but that file doesn't exist. It read the wrong, it didn't read the right file. But the second one did go in correctly. So getting closer, a little bit of a fuck up, not too bad. Let's see what happened. Not literally all parsing, but like file name parsing. Then again, it's like I don't really think this is like if transfer source.py covers it, it's just that transfer source is basically I know that no, I think that's the only location that would actually need to parse that, wouldn't it? Or wouldn't, because it would only ever be relevant if you were uploading something in the drag and drop location that it's probably referring to for the other location where it'd be relevant for like the UI itself, like when you drag and drop the file to upload, it's also an upload function, even though it's in another location that it's occurring. Why shouldn't this be folded into 368? I feel like it should. Can you check with the Opus model again, please? With everything I asked here?
La exitosa operación Chiripa.
¿Cómo se le ocurre a esta señora decir en qué estarían hablando en las 6 horas que se llevaron al diablo al proceso de audiencia?
Love it. Love it. Yeah. Okay. Well then. Yeah, let's go with that. Let's go with that. The practical shape works. Honestly, the other approach would be basically literally fold it into the ticket, into 368, and then just have it like just have it move it once the transfer source.py is created. That's the other approach. Same shit, except this one, that second one enables us to close the ticket now. Basically fold it in, and then that would enable us to close the ticket now instead of having to do two, because it's like this entire ticket for just this when it could just be folded in. Does that make sense? Run that by like an Opus model, yeah, but the same Opus model actually. We're getting closer. I'll just say this one thing real quick. Essentially, this time it tried to read step 1 ingester handover instead of actually reading step 1 ingester. So there's that. But it got to step 2 already, and it already successfully wrote file for the handover. So it's moving, but just that one note. One last little update. Oh, I'm not gonna give it to it because it doesn't give a fuck. It's not that. It's also, this is a Fable model. This is expansive. How much am I with the Fable? How much am I? We're at 9%. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. Phew. It's just that the way that I want it to work is any of the writing, I want it to be done in a massive load. Like through the code writer loop. So it's just kind of like all right, you know what? Launch an Opus model, fix 240. Okay, wait, I'm gonna ask it this. Hold on. Why wasn't it able to fix it if that's the solution? Why wasn't it able to fix it if that's the solution for why was it even asking a question? Did it need that clarified? Because I see the rules. The code writing rules is what basically fucked it up. Is that the case? Because the fix is pretty obvious. It's pretty much just do the fix. It's literally spelled out. I guess if we update the ticket with the context and then the next round it would pick it up, correct? And then basically make sure that this one gets done before 368. It's the code writing rules that fucked it up. Wee baby. Jimbo.
For Israel. I'm a fight for the idea. Free help. Care for Israel.
Israel, learning about her democracy is a great thing to me. It is one of the things APAC and the pro-Israel.
These are just reporting something that perfectly captures it. Donald Trump has suffered an extremely rough morning in Congress and in court. In Congress, Majority Leader John Thune confirms that they don't have the votes for the SAVE Act. They don't have the votes to use the filibuster. Once again, Republicans are telling Donald Trump, no, we can't do what you want us to do. Now, they may try to pass the SAVE Act reforms of it through budget reconciliation, but they don't even have the votes for that right now. As it currently stands, the SAVE Act has no chance of passing before the elections in November, and the filibuster won't be used. In the courts, Trump missed a key deadline despite promising that he was going to ask the Supreme Court for a rehearing on his birthright citizenship case. Well, his team missed the deadline to ask for that, so he can't get that.
That's what happens when you fucking Yep. Yep. Yes. So 240's other half gets folded into 368, and then 240's slimmer version is basically, so that's the part that gets folded in. That makes more sense. Okay. I like that.
Donald Trump has suffered.
I'll check the server report.
Donald Trump has.
Esto, problemas serios que este país sobra. No venga usted con esta cortina de humo a decir que su gran propuesta de materia educativa es impedir que exdiputados del Frente Amplio vayamos a actividades en centros educativos. Para empezar, cuando usted miente cuando dice que vamos a los centros educativos a adoctrinar, no tiene una sola prueba de que lo hagamos, porque cada vez que vamos a esos centros educativos, todas esas personas estudiantes, nosotros les hablamos de la importancia de la democracia, de la división de poderes, de la libertad de pensamiento y la necesaria pluralidad de ideas, de posturas políticas para que la democracia funcione bien. De eso les hablamos y bueno, yo sé que a usted todos esos temas incomodan.
¿Les da miedo la dictadura? ¿Les da miedo que cierre el Poder Judicial? Mejor me callo. Muchas gracias.
También sé que, tal y como me escribía una estudiante en uno de los comentarios, ustedes le tienen pavor, muchísimo miedo al pensamiento crítico de todas esas personas jóvenes que no les comen cuenta. Y por eso es que no quieren que esas personas jóvenes hablen de política. Y nosotros les invitamos que, más allá de su postura política, hablen de política, coincidan o no con nosotros. Y yo sé que usted a eso le tiene mucho miedo. Pero déjense de cortinas de humo, señora presidenta, porque en este país
¿Cómo es posible que en un día el Poder Judicial, el OIJ del Poder Judicial, capture el mayor narco de este país y que lo que haga el Poder Ejecutivo sea recomendar un recorte presupuestario? O ni siquiera reconocer la labor de los trabajadores que llevaron a cabo esa operación. En la sesión allá en Guanacaste parecía que estaban de luto cuando capturaron al diablo.
Let's see what this is standing. It's still trying to read Ingester 1. Handover. Oh, no, that's from earlier. We've read all the correct files. Yes. I think these flags should be used to update the corresponding tickets. And yes, it hit the you found the fucking 552. That was my fucking concern. That one when it came to this ticket in particular. So in terms of the upload function being callable by dragging and dropping onto a breadcrumb item, it's possible now. But now it doesn't have the unified classifier. And basically it would use 324 to build that. It basically would ingest that. And then 552 would block the ability to do the upload and all pushes or moves to the root crumb. Am I correct? Oh fuck, it's been using extra high effort. It's fine. It's on it. I used 8% today. I'm almost at the 13% for the day.
You just hit my shit. Crap, I didn't see it. How did this happen? It's an infinite abyss. Is it bad? It's gonna cost at least 400 kudos. I don't know this on that. Oh, it's great. You're just gonna clip my shit? Yeah. Tell me you got no kudos? Do you have like spaceship insurance or something? Spaceship insurance? There's no traffic. It's a cosmic chasm. I saw the whole thing. I just want to say, as a space biker of 20 years, you both are in the wrong. All right. Yeah, you suck where you come from, too. Oh, so what do you got? What do you want? You got any fusion cores? Yeah. Where's my fusion? Where are we? Good to go. Mints? Do you have mints? So embarrassing. What's going on here? We got to do a little fender bender. Fender bender? In an infinite chasm? In an infinite chasm. Carrying 0 kudos. 0 kudos? Now I'm just embarrassed for you. So what happens now? No idea. Never even solved the crime. Where were the evidence? Or go? I saw the whole thing, officer, and they are both alright. Wow, the galaxy.
This will not be stuck in your head. Okay. That's fine. Wait. Wait, if 324 is already done, so basically it would be going where 324 had already built? Then why didn't it just add it there? Where's ingester 3 being triggered? Why is it reading step 2 ingester handover? Why did it read?
Fauci testified and pled the Fifth Amendment under oath in front of the United States Senate for the Rand Paul. Some Republican senators are saying that Anthony Fauci has been denied immunity. This is Josh Hawley saying, quote, no honest person. And making back to the earlier saying, meeting the Fifth that started this video with this type that Donald Trump actually wrote the Fifth Amendment for the
So what? Ah. Wait a minute. So, but it does follow the rule by doing that. It's just, oh, but it's just like the name of the function is different. Well, it has to be different because it already has a function named that in there. Is that the problem? Ah! Feedback loop. So then what exactly is the problem? Basically, it would have been like a feedback loop to do that, essentially, is what you're saying. But what is the actual flag that had been propped up regarding 324 then? So the question is essentially, how can I get them to be in sync? If I can't, why? So basically what I need to do is get rid of one of them, and then if they are they bit for bit identical? Are they bit for bit identical? What is the reason that it used one and not the other? Is it because one already exists and then it just basically edited that one? Because if that's the case, then it should just be replaced. Run that by an Opus model. Run that by an Opus model. My loneliness is killing me, and now I must confess, I still believe. You know, when I'm with you, I lose my mind. Give me a sign. Hit me, baby, one more time. It's getting confused. Alright, I gotta go to bed soon. It's like 12 a.m. Yeah, it's 12 fucking a.m. But shouldn't all breadcrumb? But shouldn't, okay? So the part that's different, it sounds like, is basically the checks. But I mean, that's something that should exist in both of them. Then the URL filtering loop is genuinely bit for bit identical. So I mean, it sounds like they should be folded together, right? Run that by the model.
I work. You got a job? I work. You got a job? And I'm owning businesses. I have a trucking company. So that's great. So that's why you don't. I have SHM Network. I have a Tokyo. I work. You got a job? I work. I work.
Give me a sign. Kiss me, baby, one more time. Oh, baby, baby. Oh, baby, baby. So basically the difference is why can't they both be folded and then make that parameters if it was either files dropped from OS and files dropped on breadcrumb trail? Does that make sense? Basically make it a giant drag and drop, because my whole thing is this, because there are filter aspects to it, right? So they can be agnostic to files dropped on or files dropped from, because it's still checking. It's the same kind of checking function. It's just the direction that it's heading. But there's still like, does that make sense? Am I going crazy? Can you check with the Opus model? Well, what's the point of flagging that? I mean, I guess adding a comment in both sides. Like in both functions. Basically adding that comment in both functions. Yeah, I see how it breaks a bunch of stuff, but why can't both exist in the same file? They're both drag and drop things. At the very least. You know what I mean? like one of them is related to downloads, the other one's related to and uploads, right? And then the other one's related to dropping on the breadcrumb trail locally. Like, well, I guess not locally, but on the app itself. That's the weird part. Alright, so now I guess what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to bring in the backend build. I understand that side of it. Why can't... Okay, so the path breadcrumbs check is the identical part. So why can't we make that a function and then call it in both functions? Have that be the centralized part. Have it exist in the app, or whichever one it currently exists in the most. Like, are they both recreated within the functions? Like, are they both, like, one of them is created in one and the other one's created in the other? And if that's the case, then one of them should only exist for that filter, and then basically called inside of both. And then the file that actually houses it would be, which would be the most logical one? I mean, the drag and drop one, because it's a filter for the drag and drop. So the file called drag and drop, and then which file does the other one exist in? Run that by the Opus model. That made it so much easier. That's great. Okay, then all we really gotta do is basically... Is that the part that was the... Got him. Then honestly, just make a file outside of the classes, or where, I mean, not file, fucking make a function. Then just make a function outside of the classes, and then just literally call it. Unify the filters, and then that would be it. Would that satisfy the flag?
A few weeks ago, a 25
That would be awesome. Do it as a ticket, and then with as a separate ticket, sub agent, and it'll be an open active ticket. Then the other two flags though that you had mentioned, the 5521, and then what's the other ticket? That was there was like another flag. There was 3 in total.
First thing is, be prepared for failure, because you're gonna experience that a lot. But it's okay, and it's an important feeling, failing.
That's fine. So that was number 2. Okay. So yeah. Yep. Good to dispatch. And then just basically note that it's just as long as it's a comment or something like that, it's totally fine. Honestly, number 2 is totally fine because as long as it's commented as added in, which you said it is currently in the actual functions, I mean, then it's not really a big deal because the comment's there. So either a person or an LLM working on it would see that. So it's only really number 1 that needs to be dispatched as a ticket, and then the rest of it you'd be good to go. So I think that would honestly, like I said, launch the sub agent to do it, to make the new ticket, active ticket, good to go. And then after that, I think that we can call this one closed. I'm asking.
First thing is,
I just realized something. It didn't actually build. Oh, wait, there it is. Oh, it does have an .py files. Nice. Very nice. So let me double check that. Here we go. Destination folder. I was just able to do it. Let's pick a file. Let's do that. Ah, that's what it meant. Okay. Interesting. It found a couple of fucking weird things. That's worth noting. Yep, I just checked it and it's good. Weird thing just came up. Run this by an Opus model. Why is it that when I try to upload a file, it came up with 8 errors that said critical it's ours uncut exception. Critical it's ours uncut exception. Uncut. But it uploaded. Oh, duh, I have this. I just tried to upload something and it didn't let me upload it. Also, when I changed the name on a file, it deleted the extension and didn't keep it afterwards. Like, it didn't show up afterwards. It was just named everything that it was before and it just didn't keep the extension. I didn't even rename it anything. I just literally unclicked off of it. I think there's a ticket that's currently for that. I'm not sure if it got done yet or not. There is something that is supposed to address it though. I'm not sure if it got done yet though. The only thing is, it only comes up after you try to upload. That's okay. I mean, it's the job got done in the sense that, yeah, but I feel like it should do that when you hit the actual select. Like when you open up the upload window and you can select the current folder. When I click on that, it still allows me to click on it. I feel like that's where the error message should pop up before closing the window. I kind of want to update it to that instead of where it currently is. Run that by an Opus model and then have it put together a plan if it agrees, and then update the ticket with that. It's not closed yet though. Yay! Alright, so it made the files for let's see, this doesn't feel like the complete folder set though. One, two, three, four. No, that's correct. No, it's not correct. Outage engines. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's 7. It didn't make. It didn't do it. Oh wait, there it is. Test fixtures, correct. Alright, that's where they are. Okay. Now I see you. Okay. So, Outage Engine has 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Correct. It actually made a more accurate backend. Interesting. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Outage engine is 1, 2, 3, 4. Outage engine. 1 graph. 2 geo. 3 clients. Neither of them made it right. Neither of them made the right folder structure. Neither of them made the right folder structure. Fuck. That is quite frustrating. And they're totally separate. 7. And they are totally different though. Core math, geo layer, client matching. No, but clients is there. Wait a minute. Am I looking at the wrong one? Okay, hold on a second. So backend. Clients. Geo. Graph. Notify. It's correct. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. These are correct. Outage engine is correct. Test says fixtures. Then there's data and jobs. There it is. It's done correct. Worth noting. All right, 2 things worth noting. Number 1, the backend folder structure that was made by the first run was off, inaccurate. The second one was correct, accurate. There was a couple of weird things about the second one too. I still want to take a closer look at that, but first, just from what you see, let me know what you think. Interesting. Okay. No, upload and download. Upload and download. Why wouldn't I want it for why would I only want it for one? Yeah, A, absolutely. No, you don't have to run it by me. I agree with A. It makes sense. Do it with the sub agent, please. Opus, thank you. And then that would enable us to basically close this ticket. Correct? No, it was a. Let's take a look at that. Is 565 still an active open ticket? There should be another one. There was one that was for the rename button, but there's another one that was for the double click. I guess 565 didn't actually go like work. Then it should still be open. What was the weird 3 thing? Oh yeah, that's what it was. It tried reading the backend folder. I just found the ingester 3 weird thing. It tried reading the backend folder. Was there anything weird that happened in ingester 2 by any chance? Anything that stands out in the second run? So it basically ingester 2 actually ingester actually fixed it. It actually did a fix. That's basically what you're telling me. Wait, Rule 9 says check whether the plan survived translation, not redesign the translation, and run one. How would locking the mandate actually fix it? In what way would you recommend that? Alright, this is the last ticket. Just a quick check. How many tickets are left? 15 out of 44, 29 left. Alright, this is a good point, a stopping point here. So basically, the plan template would need a new rules to basically, like a new markdown file to basically make plans for this model. And then Ingester 2 would verify the new plan template based on the new plan template. So now you're basically okay. That makes sense. Let's give that a go. Can you get me that the plan template, please, and also Ingester, and then the update for Ingester 2. I'm going to run this current plan through. Wait, would this current plan need to be updated then? because then the constant is then it changed. I'm no longer going to be testing a constant. But you also made recent changes. I kind of want to run these recent changes before doing the next one. $300,000. That can't be right. Quick question. At the end of run 2, it says it ran 369,000 tokens. That can't be possible. For ingestion. For ingestion. On ingester 3. Am I really misspelling ingester? Ah. Did you also add the fix for the ingester 1 trying to basically read the ingester 1 handover file incorrectly? Okay. 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 because the fix didn't stick. I should have tested that. Let me go ahead and test the rename button actually here. It shouldn't allow me to do that. Oh, 565 still hasn't been done yet. I also came across this one for the rename button, where it allowed me to actually delete the file extension entirely. Is that cosmetic or is that also on the back end? And then the other thing was, so does the current ticket fix the bug, but it just doesn't state it? That's my other question. That's a big problem. That settle design that you said is literally what I want. I want it to be like being like, yo, are you sure you want to do that? Because I still want them to have the ability to change it. But now here's the other thing. But have there be a safety where you're like, hey, you're gonna change this. You know, it's like if you change it, it's gonna fuck it up. If you didn't want to do it. So that's basically like a nice safety there. But then the other thing I really want is the rename to do the same thing. When I hit the rename button, the same exact prompt. So it does. Let me check something. On the rename, when I hit the rename button, it does basically make it so only the name is highlighted, so that way you're only changing that first. But I do want the same exact kind of prompt for both, where if I double click, or the other one where I do it through the rename, if I do change the extension, for it to say, hey, you're about to change the extension. Or if you're going to remove, or if it has no extension, even worse. You know, it's like that could really fuck up the file. Can it? Can renaming a file with to include no extension fuck it up? Yeah. The subtle design. It hurts subtle. Once again, is limiting the tools this much, even though it keeps trying to call these other tools, is that the wrong approach? What if it's trying to write things down for itself? And then what if grep also, what if it's trying to do that for like double checking things? What if I'm limiting the capabilities of the model by limiting the open code harness toolset? Oh! Wait a minute. I didn't mean to do that. Let me do that. This time it actually wrote things down. This time it actually wrote a verbose output of what it actually did. One thing I noticed around this run, just a quick update for context for you. Also, in relation to what you said, yeah, that's worth considering. But for now, we'll just run with what we got here. Just another thing. One thing worth noting, at the end of the second run, it didn't write down exactly what it actually wrote in the handover file. This time there's a really verbose output before Ingester 2 starts. I think amending 565 works because it covers both, even though it's not like the second one is not generally technically related. It does have data about adding that warning already in 565, so I think amending 565 would be a good approach. I just don't want to add a whole other ticket. You know what I mean? Just for something that is already kind of covered here. It's kind of relevant to it. Does that make sense? I'm gonna pause here for that. But I'm gonna nail this down, and then after that we're gonna go into this one. That might... In all honesty, I think the fact that it tried to read the first handover fucked it up, and that might explain why Ingester 2 acted the way that it did the last time. Yes, please, freshen the title too, and then run it. The update. But now here's the trippy part. Why is it that in the first one it ran like that, but it's a less accurate, it's not an accurate folder structure, but on the second one it is? Here's another question. Would it be better off just doing it as a single run? Like in a single agent? Fair. All right, this is gonna be running for a hot minute, but we'll see what the outcome says of this. Basically, run with what the data says. We're gonna have 3 runs by the end of this. So basically, after the 3rd run, if all 3 times the data says basically that ingester 1, the only time that it's actually good is if there's a fail, if there's a failure, if there's like an error. Because the first time there was a crazy error, the second run there was a crazy error, and basically made it so the actual model is not running. It didn't run actually do it like any context updating for the next run. So basically it did it from scratch, and then it was higher quality than the double run of the first one. So there was an error with the actual handover file. I'd be curious to see the handover file actually. Let me go ahead and read it for run 2. All right, here it is. Let's go ahead and open that with. Oh, I'm looking for this one. My bad. If this is empty, then I don't know. They are genuinely different. So now the question is in relation to plan as well. But first, let's handle this one. I'm still gonna let this current run finish, and then I'll also send you the data for that. I'm about to go to bed. Can you give me a quick commit message for what was finished today, since the last commit message that I had you make? Okay, that's pretty much it for tonight. I think I did a solid day, like 6 hours or some shit like that. Almost 7. I think it might have been like 7. Not too bad. Alright, I'm gonna go to bed. Time to bed. Hopefully I can actually go to sleep tonight. I hope I can. Here's the goal. I really need to sleep.